Hello, folks. We're live, plugged in. How are you guys doing? Stephanie, thank you so much for the resub right before we started. I am back, yes, after a week, and a bit more than a week actually. Not being here, but yeah, I'm back. The moving is underway. As you can see, I'm still here. I'm still gonna be here until Sunday, but I'm gonna be moving around a lot, so don't listen to the schedule down there. It's gonna be whatever day, whatever hour I can be here. It is how it is. But I'll try and stream like today and another day maybe if I can. It's gonna be a bit busy, but I'm gonna try and fit another one in if possible. So hey Jonna, I'm Stephanie Mechtel, big time. And Sora, of course. Indigo, Rex, Obzopia. Hey, everybody. So, yeah. Don't worry if you've missed it. My absence lately has been due to me moving. The entirety of last week, I was out in the Canary Islands, where I'm going to be moving. We were, my partner and I were like touring the island and looking for apartments and meeting people that were gonna friends that live there and future co-workers of my partner. So yeah, we do have an apartment. It's all signed. It's all done. It's gonna be a very nice place, I hope. It's quite nice and affordable, so good news all around. But yeah, we are moving out on Sunday. We have the plane, and then it's gonna be like a few days of settling in, etc. So yeah, we'll see what's in store. I'll have to, of course, in terms of streaming, big things I'm gonna have to do is take this computer, this whole setup. Obviously I can't fit it in a regular plane. I would have to put it in a box, which is one of the things I'm trying to settle these days. Put it in a box and ship it there so I can pick it back up when I get there. And yeah, it might take a while because it goes there by ship. So it's going to take a little while, plus the internet needs to be set up. So, in terms of streaming, those kinds of things are gonna slow everything down. So I'm not gonna set up a specific schedule of when I'm gonna be back because I still don't know. But I'll let you guys know on Twitter. We'll try to make a little inauguration party. XG Ward, thank you for the follow. Let me kind of catch up with chat, and thank you guys for the congrats. And hey Nika, thanks for popping in. You got the 1 year anniversary postcard last week. Thanks for the message. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. I had fun writing a little message for everybody. It took a long time. So obviously, if you've just signed up to the Patreon and you just got the long handwritten postcard, it's not going to be like that every month because that would be untenable. That was just for the 1 year thing. I'm going to be sending out the postcards for patrons at the end of the week, so they're all sent out before I go. I'm going to pick them up Thursday, try to send them out on Friday. So you can expect them a bit earlier, and if you want to sign up to the Patreon, I would encourage you to do so this week before I send them out, because otherwise it's going to have to wait for me to move out and send them over there, so it's going to take quite a while. So if you do want to sign up to the Patreon this week, we do have a very nice postcard coming in. It's still a secret, but there's a little teaser in my Twitter if you're interested. But you can check out the Patreon there. And thank you to everybody who's signed up the past few days. You've sent me tips through Ko-fi, all of that. Just people being super nice and helping me get the funds to move out. It's been very expensive so far, and it's still gonna be expensive for a couple weeks at the very least, because we're gonna have to pay the advance for the apartments and the deposit, whatever it's called, and you know, get a bunch of furniture, get like tables and chairs, that kind of stuff. So it's all gonna be like a bunch of front-loaded costs. So all that help is fantastic. Hey Saul. We're gonna dive into looking at old postcards and figure out the secrets. Yes, there's a lot of stuff. There's even stuff that nobody's ever found, as far as I know. So there's still secrets there. Hey XCS. You need to wake up early tomorrow. Thanks for popping in though. And good luck with that. Also, so I was just checking out the, you know, the roles, and I figured since you were the sacrificed person recently, I'm gonna give you that little VIP role, so you have a badge to show for it. Because I figured I have a bunch of them. It should show up soon, I think. You haven't catched a stream in a while. That's because I haven't streamed in a while, for the entirety of last week, and I think Friday from the week before I also wasn't able to. I don't recall the reason though. And yeah, no problem. Yes, and the moving thing, yeah, it's gonna be a bit stressful, as all, you know, moves are, especially because it's very far away. I'm moving essentially, if you don't know Spanish geography, which I wouldn't blame you for not knowing, I'm moving from the tip, or the northern tip of Spain, to literally as far south as you can go, which is the Canary Islands. But it's so nice there. The weather is, you know, about 20 degrees Celsius. I don't know how much that is in Fahrenheit. Maybe someone can do the conversion in chat. But you got about 20 degrees Celsius all year. Like it's amazing. It's like literally the best weather you can ask for, right? And it doesn't rain pretty much at all. It maybe rains 4 days a year, and we live like 5 minutes away from the beach, which again, like, it's gonna be island living, which I'm very excited for. Like, you can literally go to the gym, to a place that's in front of the beach, so you leave the gym, you go down 2 steps in the stairs and stairwell, and you are in the sand. Very nice. Would it be possible to draw my own sacrifice badge? Unfortunately, you can't, because you can only do custom badges for subscribers and for bits, I think. I was gonna take a peaceful nap, but I got a stream notification and decided to give myself some nightmares instead. Oh boy, we're gonna do eye horror. We're about to get into that. And yes, I'm also gonna be an hour backwards in time, as Agent says, so it's gonna be... I'm gonna try and move the stream timings around as we settle into new schedule, like, you know, gonna have like different neighbors that might be bothered by me talking all night, every night, and I'm gonna be, yeah, I might be placed in a place that, you know, it's noisy for people sleeping, etc. So I might try and shift streams a little bit earlier, but we'll see. That's still definitely not set in stone. I'll probably kind of like play around with the hours, etc. as I get there. Kind of like experiment for a few weeks as things settle in, and then we'll fix the schedule. Send some googly owl for luck. Yes, we're all praying to googly owl. And see you, XCS. Island living, more like brine pool living. Oh, I'm gonna hit up my local brine pool for sure. But yeah, okay. So after all that, all that meaningless chat, let's jump into what we're gonna be doing today. So we did this little fun thing with the patrons. We have done that a couple times before, but let me show you. Jump into the browser here. Okay. These are the patron posts. It's very bright, you know, it's patron. But here's the thing. I asked patrons to first choose a part of the body to do medical horror in. So, you know, my posts, my medical horror posts with, you know, fractal eyes or the tombstone teeth where all the teeth are fused into one. Well, I figured let's put all the minds in the patron together and design something together. So first I had them choose what part of the body it would be affected. People chose the eyes. Then I had everybody give ideas, and then we did a poll on those ideas. So this was the result of the poll. A bunch of great ideas. I'm gonna go through them. Worms that grow inside your eye cavity, burrowing through the cornea, causing like little holes in the eye. Some of these are like kind of mixes of two ideas people gave. I tried to synthesize it a bit. The winner, which was the pupil grows until it envelops the eye, then keeps going until it sucks in the face or even the entire person. Then eyes merge together across the bridge of the nose. A parasitic plant that grows on the margin of the eye and has to be trimmed. Tears that become sharp crystals, eventually sealing the eye shut. Rune-like carvings in the eye that make the afflicted person go mad. Excessive blood vessels covering the entire eye. And the inside of the eye made out of hundreds of tiny little orbs made of the same material. I really liked all of these. These are so good. Eventually the winner was this. The pupil grows until it envelops the entire eye, then keeps going until it sucks in the face or even the entire person. So, let's remove the blinding white light. So if you subscribe, it would be possible then. No, because you can't make like specific badges for subscribers, if that makes sense. You can make like general badges for everybody. It would be cool to have a special role for Sacrificed. Especially if we're gonna do it again. But that's not possible within Twitch, unfortunately. So yes, exactly, a black hole pupil that keeps growing and things fall inside. I think the idea was a mix between two. I think originally Stephanie said that, but another person also said a very similar one. Which was essentially that. Like two people said very similar ones, which I mixed together a bit. I had to do an oral presentation on my drawings. I talked about you because you're in. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you, Saul. Take some more time to see what the stream's about. Don't lose sleep over this, Axias. Excessive blood vessels sounds like me after moderating for 12 hours. That was the one I was a bit more worried about because it's possibly the one that could look closer to real life diseases. Obviously, one of the main things, if not the main thing you want to do with medical horror is staying away from actual real diseases or things that look very close to them, because you know you don't want to like turn people's real experience into horror. That's like disrespectful as hell, of course. So obviously you wanna keep it fantastic as possible, and you know you can go pretty fantastic, and if you present it with enough confidence, people will just not fall for it, but they'll believe it. I'm gonna show you one example. Let me go real quick to remember. So when I did this one called calcium hyperproficiency with teeth growing out of the bones, it got like quite viral. A lot of people, when one of my posts kind of grows over my audience, so it starts getting popular, it starts getting shown to people that don't know, that aren't in this horror art sphere on Twitter, they'll start taking it at face value, and a lot of people will believe it, or believe it's some sort of misinformation. But the funny thing about this one is a lot of people believed it, to the point where there were a couple comments from doctors saying like, "Oh, this got me good," and tagging one another and saying, "Oh, it turns out this was just art. This was not." Like they had discussed this. I think they mentioned in some sort of group chat with other doctors, and they were trying to find out more about it. And eventually, they found it was art. But I got some doctors with this, which I thought it was super unrealistic from a logical perspective. It's just meant to be this creepy thing, but people did sort of fall for it. Oh yeah, you can clack your fingers together. Accidental high praise. Yeah, that was very funny to see. Some of the comments and the quote retweets for this one were very funny. This was in November. At that time I was posting every day. I posted a ton that month. A few of them exploded kind of at the same time in like consecutive days. I think it was 4 or 5 days, something like that, where each of those days one of my posts got like 1,000+ retweets, which is like blowing up for my numbers. And yeah, it was a barrage. There was this one guy that kept commenting on my stuff, under my stuff, under people who quote retweeted my stuff, saying incredibly funny things. Like this person, they were extremely offended by what I did and thought it was spreading misinformation, and they had some extremely funny comments like, in this year 2021, it was 2021, in this current age, this is what is eroding rational society. That was one of the phrases they said. This is eroding rational society, which honestly, it's kind of a compliment. It's a backwards compliment, right? This person was saying it as an insult, but to me, this made it even better. If you punch someone with teeth hands, does it count as biting them? Good question. Probably. Want to file away from when you're feeling discouraged? You can look back at the screenshot for a boost. Eroding society. How dare I spread lies on social media? Yes, I have an affront to rational thinking. I'm over here eroding society and profiting off of it. Very funny. Okay, so we are doing a pupil that grows and eventually envelops the whole eye. I was thinking how to present this. Since it's sort of a sequential thing, I thought it would be fun to do a series of images. Something that starts with a more or less normal eye. Maybe in that eye, the pupil has sort of exceeded the iris. So it's like, it's all pupil, essentially. And maybe, just so it's not like a black hole, maybe we can do it so that it has a little edge, kind of iris textured edge around it to show that it's clearly the pupil, and that kind of grows with it as we go. So first image is just an eye and the center is all pupil. Then we can have a second image where the pupil has kind of eaten away at part of the face. And then we can do, I don't know if we should do another intermediate step. Like how far should we bring it? But yeah, it could go to the point where the whole face, we can see the face from above and it's all pupil. essentially like it's eaten away this chunk of the face entirely. I don't know if like from the side, maybe we can have a huge pupil like this, and we can just see this black hole, and everything's kind of like bending inwards. That's going to be the crux of the effect, because we can just make a black hole anywhere. The funny thing is that everything kind of falls into the pupil. So around the edge, we're going to have whatever texture is there, like skin or hair or whatever, is going to bend inwards and kind of, you know, fall in there, if that makes sense. Eventually, maybe we can have one where it's just half a body and it just ends in the pupil. And we can end it there. I don't know how far we should go though. So it could be a series of 3 or 4 pictures. What's the scientific name gonna be? Good question. I have no clue. we can think of something that sounds medical, scientific. You know, that's where my background comes in. You think someone would just do that? Go on the internet and tell lies. I love that reference. I haven't stalked your art tweets enough to see if I need to tab the sign. I don't think I've got any like, oh, there was one comment the other day on one of the recent reposts that said, "Is this real?" I think it was on the homunculi, and I just said, no, it's Photoshop. So I already got that one. Gotta go and do some stuff for class. Okay, good luck, Nika. See you later if I'm still streaming by then. So, okay. First thing we need to find is a picture of an eye. We got 1 million of those. I think we should just open Unsplash and look for eyes. Simple as that. So, go here, stock, and Unsplash. And just look for eyes. We're gonna look for something. Okay, obviously we have to look for. If we're gonna make a series of images, we should look for maybe eyes that are compatible, so it can be like the same person, quote unquote. Excerpt from the etymology subsection of Wikipedia about black holes. John Mitchell used the term dark star in the early 20th century. Physicists use the term gravitationally collapsed object. I like that. Gravitationally collapsed human eye. Ooh. Oh, this is good. I really love this texture around. That is essentially, yeah, it's essentially what I want around this kind of bending in texture, where the light still hits it. It's slightly like elevated before it caves in. We have this one as well. This is the one I used for the fractal eye. I mean, we could use it again if we make it different enough. Oh, this one's kind of gnarly. I like it. I love the iris textures. Especially if they're lit up dramatically like this, where you can see them much better. Because if they're lit from the front, it's a bit harder to see from the side like this. Looks very cool. But let's see. Okay, again, for the first image, we want it to be like pretty normal. So it kind of, you know, step by step it gets weirder. Does the stuff that goes in it disappear? Yeah. I mean, we're going into the purely fantastical here. Obviously, there's no. It's not like the teeth growing out of the hand. There's no like rational way of explaining it, so we should just lean into the fantasy of it. I think. Like, we can still give it, of course, a scientific name, etc. But it defies scientific explanation, right? There's no way you can be missing half your face. You put a finger in it, what would happen? You just get sucked in. You get Kirby'd. Exactly, that's what I love, Laos. The pupil isn't really a thing. It's basically the absence of thing. The absence of anything is making that thing happen. I am eroding a rational society once again. That is what I do, after all. Yeah, exactly. If you think about it, we think of the pupil as this, thing. As this, object, but it's nothing. The pupil is just an empty space. It's a hole. Good evening, Jills. Pupil comes from Latin pupilla, which is the diminutive form of pupa, like bugs. See, it all ties together. Comes all back to megalomorpha. Pupilla omnis. I like that. It was connected all along, yes. Might just move into the pupil void once my lease ends. Yes, where does a pupil void bring you? I think it was Stephanie who suggested in her idea that it could be tied to a string of disappearances. Like, people eventually just disappear without a trace, which is very fun. .3D printed eye tissue. Ooh. And dump a bunch of relevant pics in the Discord. Oh, drop them in the live stream channel. That way we don't spam the channel Discord. That's the last one if you scroll down. Okay, so any kind of just regular looking brown eye, I don't worry about the color too much, just any eye seen from up close I think should do. The thing is that we can extrapolate that and have it match the entire face once we zoom out. Oh, give me a sec, let me check that, Sora. Oh, the corneal transplant, yeah, with the stitches. Yeah, that doesn't matter much because we're not going to see any iris at all, except for maybe like the edge of it. Okay, what I think we should get is this one. We already have it from the fractal stuff, but get it again. And which one? The other one, this one here. To get some close-ups of just the edge of the pupil. Let's see if there's any others around here. Doesn't look like it. But this one has some very nice detail. If we need more of a side view of it. Detailed close-ups, let me see. Oh, those are very nice. Those must be copyrighted though, right? They'll be good as reference though. I really like this one here. I love the complexity there. So cool. Okay, I downloaded this one, right? Yep. We got a bunch of similar side views. Hey Camp Bones. Miss your streams. I've only been gone for a week, don't worry. It's gonna be chaotic this whole month and maybe a bit of the next one, but we'll get through it. We'll be back with a regular schedule as soon as possible. This one has some nice texture, even though it's black and white. Maybe it can be overlaid or something. I'm just gonna be downloading images, see what we can do. Okay, so I think we probably have enough for the first eye. The simpler one, where the pupil just grows, but it's still within the eye. Next picture will have the pupil covering part of the face, so it'll be more or less this big. Now we need to find a picture for that. Here we're just looking for eyes. Maybe a close-up of a side of a face could work. Maybe we could look for something a bit further away, so we just look for face and get something that's not horribly edited. Like this is plastic face syndrome, and oh my god, those are painted on. There is such a thing as over editing, as you guys can see. Okay, so we have a lot of, model looking people. I'm not that interested in that. They're so round. I mean, yeah, because they just straight up used the brush tool on Photoshop. We could have something like that. I think it should. Yeah, the first one is going to be a close-up of the eyes, so it should match any eye. Something like this, where this whole area is affected. This guy's eyes already look slightly weird for some reason. Obviously I can't have a person smiling, or I'm wondering if something that looks very, very studio would work. Maybe we could look for some more natural pictures. Obviously the thing is that this person is like actively being sucked into a pupil black hole. So we can... The expression on their face should be reflective of that, shouldn't it? Canine teeth are called eye teeth? No idea. Oh, let me know if you send pictures to the Discord. You can drop them in the Sacrificial Altar channel. Think you might need fundus pictures at all, like retina? No, I don't think so. I'll make it pure black. It doesn't feel like there's, you know, an end to it. It just feels like this endless hole. Too many faces. There's a challenge for a pretty face blind person such as me. I still kind of like this one, since we're gonna lose the entire corner here. The expression is not going to be too readable, so, you know, it should be compatible with what we're doing. On this, which looks great, but it gets pixelated when you zoom in. Oh yeah, that's, each of them are pretty tiny, but no worries. I don't think we'll have a need for this kind of picture. Smiling through the pain. That defeat a sacrificial altar. Ooh. This is nice. Where'd you get so many pictures? Yeah, this might be good. Thank you. Just got here. What's gonna be other than eye related? So it's gonna be the pupil growing from, you know, just inside the eye and eventually outside the eye, just growing and growing and growing and kind of swallowing anything until the person completely disappears. Black hole pupil, exactly. Okay, so... But what did I get for the first picture? Hold on, I think I might have forgotten to download the one I wanted. And this one we already have. Yeah, I think that was the one. Forgot to download it. Why do you keep getting naked people when you look up human eye? anything anatomical will get you naked people on Wikimedia. That is just a rule. You take some very good pictures, Camp Bones. Okay, so this first one should be pretty straightforward. I just want the pupil to just cover all of this, and I don't want there to feel like there's a cornea. So the pupil is all there is, and it's a hole. There's no, you know. If the regular eye is this, and then the cornea, what I want to feel like it's just the regular eye and the hole. If that makes sense. Okay. I think we can keep some of the pupil texture, iris texture. God damn it, I'm mixing up my words again. It's gonna happen a lot. Hold on, let me duplicate. A friend of mine has a cat with cataracts that make her eye look like a galaxy. Wizard eye. My partner, her cat, used to have glaucoma, so his eye just got huge and it was strangely like opaque and green. It was very strange. Eventually the eye had to be removed, unfortunately. Yeah, irises look so cool up close. Yeah, poor kitty. Like, honestly, nothing was working on him. No medication for glaucoma or anything. But he's good now. Now he's just a pirate. Okay, so here's what I think I will do here. We've just grown the pupil. Below it, I am just going to continue the sclera. So we have no like remnants of it, of the original pupil. Gone. Iris. Again, mixing up my words today. It will happen. What kind of lighting expression are you looking for? Honestly, I think with this one we might have it. We just grow it like this, because that way the expression won't be too important. Like, if we remove the whole eye, we'll just have the mouth to read the expression, where you can't really read that much into it. I think that sort of thing should work. And for the next one, I think like most of the face will be missing, so we won't need any specific expressions. Oh, there is a fly today. At least it's not a mosquito. But it's weird because flies aren't usually too active at this hour. It's just flying around in circles. It should calm down pretty soon, I hope. So this part's kind of tricky. So here's what I was thinking. As you guys can see here, as I extend the sclera a little bit and put this on luminosity mode, color here. Get some slightly warm grays. And hopefully have the sclera kind of blend into the pupil directly. Came back to butthole eye? Oh, come on. Okay, so I'm trying to make the colors just kind of transition gradually. The biggest problem we have here is that we essentially made this tiny little area that was very grainy. We made it this big, so we have a lot of grain here, which I think could be fixed with one of our close-ups. So probably this one over here. It has some very nice texture to it, and obviously we're much closer, so the grain should match what's around it. What I will do is get a selection of it. Lower the opacity. Well, first I'll just apply what we have here. Just apply layer mask. Then opacity 100%. Go. And now we'll try and match this to the circumference we have in the original. It's not a big change. Just have to warp it a little. And of course we need to match the lighting. I guess we should have done that before matching the circumference. We'll have to do it twice, but okay, so our lighting is coming from top right like this, which actually does make sense with what we have. We might have to turn it a little bit. But that should do. And again, we can put this in luminosity. Then just make it a bit brighter. There's going to be some noise that's going to become amplified, but hopefully it's not a big concern. I'm gonna remove the inside as well, because it's become too bright for what we need. And this gives it a lot more detail on that edge. Lacked before. I'm just kind of adding it on top and mixing them both a little bit, because I still do like the textures on the original pupil we added. So there will be a little bit of tugging to match everything together. Nothing unexpected there. And then what else? Some color, perhaps? Maybe we'll do soft lights. So I'm gonna call this soft and some color. Maybe I should make shortcuts for creating a soft light layer or a color layer. It's a stupid thing that's done very, very quickly, but you save like a second every time. And we got googly eyes. Where do you put googly eyes on an eye? Good question. Let's see. Put it on color. There we go. Where should we put these? I guess down in the black hole. Oh yeah, okay, I got an idea. Let me separate them. So we got a couple googly eyes. Take them as a pair. Put them down below. There we go. They're just speaking from the back. Yes, we'll reduce the opacity a little too. There we go. Hey Nathan. Oh, do you see your new badge? Okay, so I just noticed this. I was setting it up right before going live. Now you can have badges for artists that worked on your emotes. So everyone that's worked on an emote should have their badge. I missed a couple ones because I didn't know you have to input the exact username, and you know, I'll find it out. I couldn't be bothered, but I will have everyone with their badges soon. Yeah, it's neat. Also, you should be able to see, I don't know exactly where, but you should be able to see who made it on the emotes. Again, not sure exactly where that's found, but you can now like set attribution for each emote, which is nice. I just made a panel on my you know, those little Twitch buttons, but now it's integrated, so that's even better. You are an artist. I confirm you as an artist now officially. Only with my blessing. Should we get some more of those textures right on top? Let me think. So I would like to have some of those iris textures kind of creeping up expanding where the eye of our pupil is going to consume. But not really bringing in iris colors with it. It's just bringing the texture. So I might separate this into its own layer and just apply it as an overlay or something like that. Let's see, which texture would be better? We got this one. It's nice, but it's kind of subtle. It's not the strongest texture. We got this one, which is a bit less subtle. Okay, let's try this one. It would be funny because we've already used this picture in the fractal eye. The fractal pupil we did, so a few months ago. So I'm thinking, okay, filter high pass. Something like this. Then we desaturate. We apply that on overlay. Well, before we do that, we'll find the edge like this, make that the center, and do some tugging around. You want angry eyebrows? Okay, you got it. Give me a sec. Let's use pure white there. Now let's give them a stroke. There you go. It should be the other way around, right? There we go. Filter everyone's here, so you know another art fundraiser. Yes, drop your art in Discord, please. The eye void is now judging. I'm under-restricting your pupil. Okay, let's do the high pass here. Let's do like different levels of it. You can have like only little lines. Something like this, I think more or less works. I left for 2 minutes, now the googly eyes are angry. Exactly, that's because you left for 2 minutes. They know. The Russian sleep experiments. Getting flashbacks to that 17-hour stream reading the Russian sleep experiment live. That was very fun. Okay, so what do you guys think about that? The pupil is growing, but it's also like tugging around it, I guess. So you get all these little grooves around it. And we can have Okay, so high pass. Gonna reduce that. Go. Add a bit more to the edges. Then we'll see how much we need. See how strong we want to make that. Getting some artifacts from it, so we should probably reduce that. Oh my god, thank you for the save reminder. I've been chatting so much that I even forgot to save that. Okay, so that's gonna be big pupil.psd. I am very original. Parenthesis, name pending. PSB? No, that can't be true. How can this be PSB? Barely started. There must be some very large layers. And I assume it's these. Okay, so what I'll do is apply layer mask here. Apply the overlay there. Now, okay, now it's good. Yeah, that was weird. So that's gonna be big pupil. I guess those were just very large layers. Pupil is a reverse butthole for lights. Beautiful. You call someone an asshole, you're declaring them void. Let's see. I think it sort of works as a whole, right? You're not seeing the reflections, and I removed the googly eyes so we could see better. You're not seeing the reflections like this, as you saw before. Now it's very simply a whole. I guess what we could do... No, because the sclera doesn't really reflect like this, right? It's not this transparent thing. It'll do soft reflections, but it won't do specular ones like this. So I was thinking if we should take that reflection and put it right in the edge here. But no, that wouldn't be too reflective. It would be kind of matte. So let's leave that at that. Back with the googly eyes, of course. Oh my god, that Nightbot is pretty broken. You can tell it to send a message every few minutes and send another message every other minutes, but it always sends them back to back pretty much. Oh, Nightbot. Okay, so I'm turning this into deep dark void. All the edges as well, because you know that's kind of the point, right? It's a void. So who was here and on the Discord when we executed a bot live? That was very funny. That was when, so it was Me6, you know, one of those classic Discord bots. Turned out they started doing NFTs, and we were like, okay, we gotta get rid of mystics, but we're gonna make an example out of it. So we actually had another bot execute it, and as in like ban it, but yeah, it was funny. Oh, I even made a special command for the bot where you ask the bot to plead. It would plead. You know, you gotta make a show out of it, right? That's what people get for trying to sell NFTs on the Discord I run. The crypto crash is indeed upon us. It's been good to see all those articles about crypto price falling, or NFT. No, not well. Crypto is also falling a bunch, right? But NFT specifically, I think they dropped by 90% in the past few months, something like that. Which was very satisfied to see. Delicious. But on the one hand, you know, you gotta be empathetic to the people that lost a bunch of money and were kind of pulled in. You know, the suckers that were left holding the bag. Because the worst thing is, at the end of the day, the people who actually, you know, did the most damage and became rich of selling these promises, they are probably still rich. They probably didn't lose that much. And at the end of the day is the people who got scammed, who got left holding the bag, who are losing the most from this. As usual. Okay, I need to reduce the noise on this a little bit. We're gonna add our own noise, but for now let's try and make things by the book. Line go down. For me, it's kind of bittersweet because on the one hand, you say, yeah, a lot of people lost money and were scammed essentially, and I don't want to cheer for that. But on the other hand, the market, that market, quote unquote, falling means that people are not gonna get into that anymore. So. I mean, some still are, because there's scamming potential. People are gonna get scammed, right? But at least it's gonna be reduced. You gotta be thankful for. An NFT gallery opened up in the city I live in. Just a storefront full of TVs that project the NFTs, and it looks so stupid. Oh my god, that is so stupid. Because you gotta wonder, once that, you know, NFT, the NFT bros, they leave their extremely... What is this thing? What? Oh. They leave their extremely online circle. You gotta wonder, like, what, you know, mom and pop that are walking downtown and see the NFT gallery, you gotta wonder what they'll think. Like, they probably won't be too positive towards it. So hi, Luco. Get Chancellor of the Exchequer who really likes crypto. Oh no. I assume the storefront is going to be attackable in a couple months. I wish. I hope so, at least. Okay, so let's hide this for a second. Put everything into a layer, do some touches, and I think we'll now finish that first image. So again, this is the beginning of this syndrome where the pupil keeps growing and growing and kind of swallowing everything around it. So it just starts with the eye, eventually it's gonna get to the whole face or the whole body even. So next image we'll have a close-up of a face and it's missing a big chunk around the eye. And next one, maybe they're missing the entire face or half of the face, something like that. I'm gonna go with a more blue, you know, clinical light, I guess. Bit of contrast. And lower exposure. Again, amplifying those darks, which is essentially, you know, the main focus of the image, that big black hole in the middle. The pupil appear under the skin and eventually pop up again. Don't know exactly what you mean there. Like you mean inside the eye as it grows from the eye? I guess it would first like cover the entire eye and then the eyelids would start getting pulled in. Kind of go like that, I think. Yeah, eventually it'll swallow the afflicted person. Okay, so we're adding our own little bit of grain because we had two different images with different amounts of grain. Change to something a bit more interesting. Okay, let's see. We can go to color grading, add some of our own color. Maybe in keeping with that clinical look, we can go for something kind of blue-green maybe. Good music. Yes, I love this one. What about blues and greens? It gives that eerie vibe, doesn't it? Kind of like that. So let me see. Why did I lower the contrast? This playlist has become my go-to working music, really. I do use it outside of streaming as well. I do have another playlist that's just all kind of eerie, dark music, and I love that one for writing. I'm gonna share it with you guys if you want more playlists to binge. This one's like 7 hours. It's a bit shorter, but I keep updating it every time I find a song that fits in. And if you guys want the one I'm listening to currently, which is stream safe and is 65 hours long, there it is. Feel free to use it on your own streams as long as you credit. Also, that fly is still flying around. I think it's confused because all of my stream lights, it might think it's still daytime. Yeah, no problem, Mechtel. And Stephanie. Ooh, if you undo the shadows, you get all the mess in here, don't you? I won't though. I won't undo the shadows. Okay, I kind of like the blue-green look. We'll see what it looks like on other pictures, but for now let's keep it. Okay, so this would be the first one. Let's keep the googlies in. Oh, but let's first save it as a JPEG without the googlies. Yeah, let's give it a second to save. For some reason it's not really wanted to. Okay, there it goes. And save it as a JPEG as well. Should do. Okay. So now let's make a new file. Same size, I think. We'll keep it similar. Let's bring in our bigger close-up of face. I think this one will work well with the blue-green tones from this. So we'll see if I'm wrong. I think I'm going to cut it so that maybe we only get this. So we might... I mean, otherwise... could have this one vertically like this. Obviously, we'll turn the image around. Just as little tests. Now let's go for horizontal for now. So this... we'll just focus it here. Oh, and let's be a bit bigger. Okay, now what I'm thinking is directly bring it in this one, or even this one, because this one has some very, very cool edges to it that are not exactly round, so it feels a bit more like it's growing than this more perfectly circular one. It also has thicker edges, it looks like. Yeah, let's try this one. Let's see what it looks like. We'll definitely end up combining it with others, I think. Increase the contrast a bit. Oh, this is strange already. Should we go for this entire corner of the face? So maybe we do get a little bit of eyebrow coming in, and we see the hairs kind of wrapping around. Or should we strictly center in on the eye? So it started here, it's just growing concentrically from there. I guess it doesn't have to be perfect, but let's more or less keep it concentrical. Concentrical? Is that a word? Whatever the word is. You guys know. Thing is... okay, we're gonna need probably a little bit of puppet warping to make it follow the shape of the face. But we'll cross that bridge soon. What I'll do for now is just expand this a little bit so we don't run into any big problem. Now keep the levels as they are. Gonna turn this into its own objects and then do some puppet warping. And here's where we try to fit it around the shape of the face. I'll cheat it a little bit so it still feels pretty round. Because I don't want it to feel too jagged. I still want it to be clear that it's the pupil we're looking at. Okay, do you guys think, here's my question for y'all, do you guys think this will still read as a pupil? Also, the good thing is the light is coming from the front, so we're not gonna really require to change the light a lot. We'll do luminosity here, maybe? No, we'll just keep it to normal for now. And we'll do some color on top of it. I mean, what we got going for us is that this is not going to be its own isolated image. So it's going to go with this. We're going to see the pupil kind of growing inside the eye first and then outside. What we'll add that will probably help quite a bit is these little streaks coming out of the pupil. You know, those iris textures. We're going to keep expanding them outwards and try to make them follow the shape of the face a bit more, so they look like grooves in the skin, from the skin just kind of being tucked in that way. Yeah, the other image before it will certainly help. So I guess one of our conflicts here, quote unquote, is that on the one hand, I want to make it look like it's literally pulling the skin. So these little grooves here should be the exact same color and brightness as the skin. But on the other hand, if we do that a lot, it will make it much harder to read as the pupil. Maybe that's okay. Maybe we don't want to stick too much to the literal pupil look, and we want to make it its own thing, just this ever-expanding hole that eats through the body. Because we've already established it's the pupil. So maybe once that's out of the way, we can kind of like keep our freedom and do something wacky. Yeah, we'll have some larger ones going outwards. I'm just going to add those in a separate layer, but stuff like this, that I definitely want to keep. You make the lining pucker the color of the pupil. I mean, it already is this color. I don't know exactly what you meant there. I'm maybe gonna dissolve the edges a little bit. I'll have this be pure emptiness. Then we can kind of expand this. Or, sorry, brighten this. It's gonna need a little bit of Gaussian blur. Or something to reduce the noise in general. A reduced noise algorithm. Did this do not that much. That doesn't do a lot of noise reduction. Yeah, we're gonna distort the area around it. That's what you mean. For now, I'm trying to get just the corner, just the edge, right. See, I think I might have reduced that too much, so we don't see much there anymore. I guess it's quite thin as well. Following the usual shape of the eye sockets. Yeah, I thought about that before, but if we make it follow the real shape of the eye socket a lot, which we kind of edited things in this puppet warp, right? If we actually made it follow the shape much more, it would stop becoming. It would lose its round shape, which I think would kind of go against that whole like pupil consuming things. So we'll all slightly break that. Okay. Another thing I wanted to get there is getting the eyebrow. To kind of fall inside the hole. So the texture of the eyebrow we got here. And we do some puppet warp. Move that, please. Oh, come on, puppet warp. Wait, that's weird. Puppet warp. Density, more points. Okay. I do better now. Marker ran out in your mid piece. Oh no. Background being black, make it look like there's a hole in his head. Fair enough. You can lighten the background later. See if that works. Give it a sec. It's a bit choppy there. Hopefully it should be fine. We put this... I'm trying to think of the best way of doing this. So it kind of bends in, but we don't lose that shape there. Maybe we add that on soft light on top, so we don't really lose that. One of roughly 20 markers, so I'll substitute that. Okay. That's good. Okay, some general lights to adapt it to the shape of the eye. So we got this little groove there. I guess should be represented in our pupil shape. Something like this. Try to work the color in as well. Okay, then let's keep going with larger grooves. The ones outside here. We've already used these. We've used them here. Maybe it wouldn't be too noticeable to use them again. But we got plenty of pictures, so maybe we'll use a different one. Let's see. Oh, this one's the one we already used, but the textures were kind of small. Oh, this one has some very nice textures. Same thing for this one. Very cool textures. And I think that last one might work quite well in terms of adapting to the shape of the face we already got. So let's see if there's enough detail first and foremost. Because we're gonna have to expand it quite a bit. So I think that fits the shape pretty well. it needs to be a bit shorter. So I need to tuck the corners in there a little bit. Make that a little bit rounder. We have this reflection here, which we can't use this corner, but we'll try to substitute it as much as we can. And then we can overlay this, put that filters, desaturate, and high pass. There we go. Ooh, this... Oh, that's kind of gnarly. Okay. Okay, so we got that reflection here, so we can't really use that. Ooh. Ooh, I never thought about iris textures being applied to the skin, but it looks... Oh, that looks like scar tissue, and it's all kinds of wrong. That's part of the magic of Photoshop. It's not like I had to draw this from the start, right? You kind of stumble upon things sometimes that you weren't really planning or envisioning in your head, and suddenly it's like, whoa. Ooh, gnarly. I like it. I really like that. Okay, another thing I wanted to do before I forget, we move on to something else, is get a little edge of this and give that levels. We're gonna brighten this. Maybe give it a nicer edge. Sire, thank you for the follow. Okay, so we're gonna feather that edge. Okay. The pupil of your eye can expand up to 55% when looking at something you love. So if we can't conclude something, is that this person is definitely a romantic. Okay, let's see. Does this... No, it's an empty layer. Perfect. Okay, so if the light's in the original, just gonna look at the eye reflection. See, the light is coming pretty much from the front, straight up. So maybe everything around the edge, like just around the edge, is darkened. Then there's a brighter strip as it kind of elevates a little bit just before going down into the dark hole to disappear forever. And there it goes dark a little bit again. Let's see, we got some weird colors here that were just caused by all the overlay layers. So we're gonna take some gray tones and apply them there. Ooh, it also makes it look slightly devitalized, sort of dead, which is cool. Okay, I'm also going to do some levels to the original, so that this dark here matches the pitch dark of the eye. But we gotta do this. There we go. Okay, let me check the original face in its entirety, because I'm also thinking that, yeah, the light is kind of focused on here, and this part is in the shadow, like pretty much entirely. So I wasn't really considering that, which I should, because that's important. So pretty much everything that's facing right, like this side of the nose, should be in the shadow. Pretty deep shadow too. So we'll have a bit of that. And a bit of lights here. I feel like there's not a lot of texture there, so we're gonna use one of our other layers here, and we're gonna use this corner we already used in the last photo. And we're gonna do like we did before. Can I please? Maybe? Huh. Weird. There we go. Because Photoshop was misbehaving as usual. So I'm gonna put that there. Oh, and the idea is, since there's going to be several pictures, I guess we're not taking, it's not taking that long to make them. So if we get them all done today, perfect. If we don't, hopefully in the other stream this week, which again, because of a lot of moving things, I'm not going to know exactly when that is, but in another stream this week, or when I moved in. If I can't, we'll finish it. But we're doing good time, so I'm hopeful. Hmm. Oh yeah, I'm silly. I was supposed to do the other side of the eye. I was like, why does that not look like I want it to? Why does it look backwards? Yeah, that was just me being silly. But we can flip that. So let's see. Flip horizontal. There we go. That's my boy. Okay. Now hopefully we can put that back in there. Put that on top. Let's see, there's something messing with it. There, no, there actually isn't. Okay. Okay, that gives us a much nicer outer edge there. Which should match our lighting much better. Let's see. Make the pupil pretty much pure black. Oh, we're getting some noisy areas. Oh, that's annoying. And then let's remove the eye colors, because this has to look like kind of skin colored. We're messing up this poor man so much. But hey, that is what you get for signing up to appear to a freak stock picture site. Never know what I'll do with your face. Switch music. Let's go. Oh, what do you guys think will be the most common joke when I post this? There's always one. I'm thinking it's gonna be like, me when I look at X. It's eye-catching. That's probably gonna be another one. I guess another common one will be, please stop posting eye horror. I hate it. Which is also an understandable sentiment, but it will not make me stop, unfortunately. Coraline. Yeah, that's true. That movie, yeah, I think that movie traumatized a lot of us. It's very good. Oh, you know the fun thing? If you flip through them... Hold on. Let's... Because maybe that's me... Okay, I think I should zoom this in a little bit so that you can flip through them from one to the other and the circle will be in the exact same place. That would be cool, right? Maybe it could be always centered. Let's see, let's pull out the ruler. Why is it not a percentage? Percent, yeah. Yeah, it is out of center. Oh, weird. Wait, are they? Oh, okay, okay. In my preview, the little guides weren't showing, but I think it's just a rendering thing on OBS. You should draw a spiral in the middle and bait out people who are just posting that one Uzumaki panel. Oh my god, yeah, that's definitely, I think you got it. I think that's gonna be the comparison. The Uzumaki comparison. The one for you and I, Faya. That's, it'll always always come with us, no matter where we go. So the thing here is, if we center it, the problem is we're losing, yeah. It would have to be like this, so we're missing most of the face if we do that, which is not as interesting. So maybe instead, if we do this, which is 58-47, bit off center. Hold on, 47 is the upper, yeah. More or less works. 58. Yeah, thereabouts. So we focus it on here. We don't lose such a big chunk of the face, and it'll still, let me hide the guides. Put this in the center, put this in the center. We can still flip through them and get the exact same place for the pupil, which is nice. You should post one with the Smash logo. So yeah, why not? Let's do that. Let's pick everything up here. Lock every layer. Bring it all here. And boom. So big work, it works. Oh, thank you for the save reminder. I didn't even save this one. I only saved the other. Gotta wait for this though. Okay. Oh. something happened. Okay, yeah, that was on me. That one was on me. Also, let me save this now for real. It's gonna be called Big Pupil 2. Okay, that one saves. There it goes. Now it shouldn't be broken. Emphasis on shouldn't. Okay. It has rendered. And we are good. Think. Boom. Nice. It's never going to be perfect because the perspective is going to be slightly different, but you know, little stylistic choice there. Pretty nice. Okay, keep going. This is the inverse googly owl. We've done so many googly eyes that this is the prize. Every time you guys unlock googly eyes, someone out there gets this. It's swallowed by their own pupil to keep balance in the universe. You know how these things are. This is what happens when you look upon googly owl. See its true form. I'm wondering, this part here, that's a bit further back. Yeah, so this little chunk of the eye. Oh, let me reduce that. It would probably be a bit blurry. So what I'll do is create a version of this that is blurry. Now, I will only apply it to the blurry area. I want to jump in the eye hole. You will never come back if you do. Are you sure? I'm afraid it's a one-way ticket. I think some of the color is still a little bit messed up. There are some blues where there shouldn't be. Why is this a PSB? Something's weird. This should not be a PSB. It's not big enough to be. Let's try again. Okay, back to color. Yep. I live in America and that sounds like an improvement. Let's see, I'm trying to get some more natural shadows by using actual colors from the skin shadows. So I'm essentially mixing different skin tones from around his skin, seeing what looks good. High hole for presidents 2024. It has my vote. Let's see what this would look like with, let's do something real quick here. I'm gonna copy this layer, bring it over here, and I'm gonna copy the same camera raw filter, then we'll modify it. Because now that is very blue, and that's weird. But we'll try to go for the same feel. So since we already copied some things, some of the things will already be closer to what we want. But yeah, that's definitely too much into the blues. So let's see. It's probably the color grading doing its thing. Yep. Probably the shadows. You can stop crowns by seeing all of them. No, its presidential promise is it will swallow the whole country up. Which honestly seems like a pretty good deal for everybody. Oh, thank God. You know, the presidential debates is like just an ominous voice saying, "I will swallow the country whole," and everyone cheers. You know, that's the drive you want to see in a president. Okay, trying to make this pitch black because there were some small little lights that popped up. And then what else we got? This looks very red. So let's try to go for a bit more of a gray. Same here. We got too much gray. Then this part here, maybe I should light up kind of the nose a bit more to match the brightness here. Just so it doesn't look so out of place. Thank you, President Hall. You know, for once, a president that will deliver on its promises. I am the throat coat. Extremely cursed, thank you. I'm absolutely destroying this person's skin tones. I'm gonna try to tamper that down a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, most of it is color grading. I want to live in a country where every child can look at their president and believe they too can one day grow up to vanish into his all-consuming eye hole. Beautiful. Thank you for your beautiful words. I was gonna say, with those skin tones, this person looks sick, but that's kind of the point, isn't it? They caught the eye hole sickness. On that inspired note, I'm off to bed. Okay, Jules, thank you for coming. Have a great night. Okay, I think that looks much better than what we had before. That strange green skin tone. Still matches this pretty well. Go with dignity into the eye. Beautiful. Okay, let me try and draw a little bit more shape around the eye. I'm just doing this on top. Also, we should think about where to sign these. You can probably just sign one of them. Or we can do all, but I think one of them should probably be enough. That's a bit better. I'm thinking using this texture that we already have, that's very gnarly and veiny like this. I think I'm gonna just kind of draw on these grooves and expand them a little bit in the area closest to the eye. Nobody will want to steal giant face filters as an NFT. I mean, especially because NFTs are dying, but hey, thankfully in during this whole NFT debacle, which I guess is not like over, but during the most active part of it, I never got any of my art stolen. I was very paranoid about it, but it never happened. Which I guess is because my stuff is so niche that it's kind of hard to sell without, you know, the whole narrative and story around it. So I guess nobody really bothered. Even though, you know, photo manipulation was huge within the NFT community, I guess. Like back in the day, I used to do more surreal art. Not the kind of stuff I do right now, but I used to follow a lot of the, you know, people that do that same sort of thing. Then I kind of moved on from that, like, you know, like Instagram side of Photoshop to what I'm doing right now. I didn't really look at Instagram too much because I don't like that social media. If I don't have to use it, it's all the best for me. And I looked back at it during, like, in the middle of the NFT craze, when things were exploding. And I realized that everyone I was following back in that time, they were all going into NFTs. It was pretty disappointing to see all of that. You never checked for theft? Can't be bothered. Honestly, that's probably the best way to go about it. Okay, that's nice. Adds a little bit of texture. If Megalomorpha had been about giant monkeys instead of bugs, don't give them any ideas. Or giant, I don't know, Pepe the Frog or Elon Musk faces. Or big Bitcoin logos. They only know how to do 3 things. I guess 4 things. It's monkeys, Bitcoin logos, Elon Musk faces, and what's the other one? Oh, and of course, exploiting dead celebrities. The more beloved, the better. And bad pixel art? Absolutely. Monkeys, Bitcoin logos, Elon Musk faces, eat hot chip and lie. Okay, very nice. Okay, where should we sign this? I mean, the little veins here seem like the most obvious choice. It would kind of be hard to put it in there and not having like have it completely blend in though. So maybe it could be somewhere outside, but it's still this sort of veiny texture, but it's not like in the main fray of it, which would kind of get lost. So something like this. And the light is coming from the left, so Could be something as simple as this. What I should do though, put all of this below and then apply the smart filters on top. Should hopefully look a bit better. Oh, those colors got messed up, didn't they? Okay, need to retouch the colors a bit more. You remove some of those purplish tones. I don't know what to do with those. Something a bit more interesting. There we go. This is what happens when they hold in a yawn. Is this too much? I feel like it's now a bit too noticeable. Make it a little bit less opaque. Looks better. Gotta go since my software is about to update. Okay, the last service. Thanks for coming in and chatting. Have a good night. Or time zone, wherever you are. Okay, and here I guess we should also sign this. I don't really have a good place for it though. Maybe we'll leave that one unsigned. We'll just go with this. Okay, so we are 2 pictures in. Starts with big pupil, it continues with big pupil, and I guess it will continue with even bigger pupil. That's how it goes, right? Okay, so it now has eaten a big chunk of its face. I guess we're not necessarily tied to a specific person for this. Maybe we can get someone that sort of looks like this chunk of the face we got. And just go with that, since we're gonna like erase most of the face anyway. It'll probably be good enough. As long as, like, you know, hair color, skin tone, etc. look more or less the same, we can probably get away with it. Otherwise, we can just have it be like pictures of different people. It doesn't have to be like, it's just different people that have had this syndrome and that are at different stages of development. Also, guys, tell me, what do you think the cause of this would be? We're outside of reality here. It doesn't have to be something like you know, a virus or whatever. Uh, I think I think this would probably be closer to a witch's curse than a virus. It's pretty much magic. It's a black hole that eats your face, starting from the eyes. In the meantime, let's look for more faces. Or maybe even, should we jump directly from this to like the entire face missing? So, you know, we go from the picture before to this, and it's like the pupil has cut off the entire top of the face. Should we go to that? Is that too big of a jump in our sequence of images? Cursed by making hard eye contact with the witch. I kind of like this one. If we're gonna remove the entire face, or pretty much the entire face, we don't really care about the expression that much, and since the only thing we can see in the other picture is from right below the nose to this, so we can only see this chunk essentially. If that entire part is going to be removed, we don't really care about what if they look similar, as long as, you know, the skin tone more or less. Staring at an eclipse with no eye protection. Ooh. I like that. That feels like a mystical cause for this sort of thing. Okay, I don't know exactly what we can do with this. The lighting is pretty stark. So it's kind of a strange lighting to work with. But we can see. We can open file new. Open the same sort of file. We're gonna keep it to, again, same measures. Also, we gotta do this. This is 47 and 58. So we're gonna do that too. It's 58 approximately. Doesn't have to be perfect. 47. Just to have the place where the other eyes are set. Or the other pupils. So you can flip through them and the pupil will be in the same place. Okay. And if we're gonna go for entire face here, I think we can straight up just delete this man's face. Just go for something like this. Where everything above the line here is completely gone. Although I guess that won't match too well with these, since the perspective is kinda different. But it still might be worth it. Okay, what we can do here. Do this, edit content aware fill. Let's pick from the background. Let's see. Let it load. Okay, that's good enough as a first approach. Boom. Face gone. So I kind of drew this thinking that would be a clean cut through the face, but maybe it can be lopsided a bit. So it kind of cuts the face like this a bit. So we get a bigger view into the pupil. What do you guys think? So something kind of like this, lopsided cut through the... Hey, it fans! Thank you for the host. How was your stream? So for the new folks, Bramble Wolf, thank you for the follow. We are doing some medical horror. There's a fake disease where your pupil starts growing and it grows and it grows and it keeps going. So we've done these two images so far in the stream, and now we're making the third. Jesus fucking Christ. Doing good. I'm doing good. And doing a little stream this week. It's gonna be kind of inconsistent for a while because I'm moving. So we're trying to figure out how this person's face is gonna be cut as it's swallowed into the unending maw of the pupil. And this little arrow here, which is to mark where the center of each pupil is. So you could potentially, let's hide that. If you go from one to the other at the same size, they match. This third one is going to be much harder to match though. Unless we move the entire picture. Which is a possibility for sure. Good luck with the move, thank you. I think it'll be fine. You can also do this. So that'll match the lighting with the others. I'll just have to recreate a little chunk of the background and the shirt, etc. That should be fine. We've done that before. What we could also do is keep a little bit of the back of the head, perhaps. So we can let this be rounder. But I don't know exactly how that would work mechanically. No, it should cover the entire face, right? It's the only way to do this. Think of ways to suck its head in, exactly. I mean, yeah, we might have to break that rule of this always being centered, which is a bit annoying, but the only real way to continue it would be having a sort of circular hole here, or at least like pretty circular. Have that be centered on a square here, then you can sort of keep it. Then there's no good way to make its head disappear. So maybe the entire side of the face is missing. Right, like we can do this. And that way we can still focus it on center here. We move this as we need. Whatever we do, we'll probably have to recreate a bit of background, etc. It should be fine though. I think that'll be a really big problem. Like, it's just a little sliver there. What we'll have to do is completely remove the nose. Like the nose, if the hole is this big, at this point the nose has already been completely swallowed. So bye-bye nose. Okay, background, easy enough to recreate. Just a little bit of clone stamping. And as for the shirt, same thing, just a little bit of clone stamping and we're good. How deep is the hole going? Infinitely? Don't take that out of context. Okay, let's remove this person's nose. Go here, content aware fill. Gonna take the area around. See what that does. Not great. Oh no. What's going on there? It's something. It's something to start us with. By the way, let me save this as big. Pupil 3. We essentially just needed to cover that area, which is not a lot. And since this part is pretty much out of focus, there we go. Simple enough. And now, let's start with... I'm thinking this one here. Yeah, that should work. It has a pretty dramatic lighting as well. Here we have the lighting coming from the left, shadows on the right. So essentially the opposite of this. Let's put that big hole in there. And now we're going to take this image and more or less fit it to the big hole we had created. Now we'll create a circle around it. First, we'll feather that because I keep running onto the straight edges after I'm supposed to have deleted them, because I'm not the best at this. So that should help. Okay, so that's a big old chunk of the face there. Should we go bigger with this, or should we, or is the size good? I feel like we could either leave it like this and leave it sort of implied that this eventually swallows the whole person, or we could follow this up with one where the pupil has essentially just eaten the whole head, or even more, like a picture with a torso, and it's kind of like cut here in the torso. There's no arms or anything. Everything's been swallowed. To just kind of imply that eventually this person just disappears. But I don't know if that would be better to leave in people's imaginations than to actually show it. Like we could say something like, people are disappearing after getting this disease, and just living it like that, and letting people imagine how it slowly swallows you. Let's see, why is he not showing me? There we go. I'm trying to see a mode here that will let me see what I'm doing without covering everything. I kind of like linear dodge. Okay, so the idea is that this is so big at this point that can't really be a perfect circle anymore. It has to obviously adapt to the shapes of the face. So I think it would be something like this. Oh, the nose will be swallowed. Like, there's no way to have the nose here. Unless it's like a little sliver of it. But I think at this point it would have been swallowed. What we could have... I do kind of like this. Now that I'm seeing it fitted to the side of the face like this. Kind of like it. But if we do want to make it bigger, I'll let you guys choose a little bit here. Make a copy of this. Let's kind of forget about the centering right now. Move it as needed. Make this a bit bigger. Let it cover this corner here. Go back to the puppet warp. Have a bit of a corner there. Just to make a corner there. But let's see. Oh, if I love that too much. How it bends there. Now let me move this around a little bit. So let's just do a rough mock-up here. In this version, the person's face is pretty much side to side entirely swallowed. That covers up to the other eye. While in this, it doesn't cover quite as much. What do you guys think? What should we go for? Let's call this version 1 and this version 2. Kind of like both. I'll let you guys tell me what you prefer. So look at that, at the broken parts like this. Ignore the bugs, please. I guess this corner would be like this one, so we can make something like that. This would probably need moving a little bit to the right, but still works. Cracked porcelain door. Okay, so this inside part, I guess at this point, since it's not like, it's big enough that we could probably have like an inside part. Hey Mectal, tell me your thoughts. We got two versions. This version 2 here, ignore some of the kinks, it's just ignore this for now. This version 2, this version 1. Cover different lengths of the face. What do you prefer? I'm leaning towards this one for now. I like 2 as well. Let's keep going with 2 then. Rough angle. Humanity is kind of absent. True. Draw that edge. I'm just doing this one manually because it's small enough that it's going to be the quickest way. Much as I like quick ways of doing things and AI selection, all that fancy stuff, sometimes the good old-fashioned way is faster. And I'm thinking I'm gonna allow some of the edges like this to come through. Just a little though. Think that's better? Okay, let's see. Let's do some soft lights to make that center area just this deep black hole. Ooh, mama. Now I think I'm gonna do pretty much what I did on the other one. With this texture, I'll probably use the same texture and everything. Obviously, this part here is much darker, so we don't have to do a lot of work here. It's just pretty much in the dark, so. A little bit of this, little bit of color. Okay, so just removing some of those more yellowish tones from there, so it hopefully feels a bit more like the skin around it. You know, similar thing to what we did before. Nothing too different in technique there. Some pretty basic stuff. Same here. We're gonna do color. Gonna pick some color from here. Apply it there. And then I want to make this brighter. Or at least partially. Then go with soft lights. And brighten until it looks like skin, essentially. Like the skin is kind of going in there. Getting absorbed. Why is that? Oh. Yeah, I thought I was working on a color layer, and it was a normal layer, not a color one. That's silly of me. Oh, no. Forget about that. I just literally named the normal layer color instead of the color one. Yeah, just ignore me. I do silly things most of the time. Just drop something in there. See what happens. You know, what I would do is drop a camera on a string and just let it drop down there and see what's in there. See where it leads, you know? You know, it's the masculine urge to drop a camera in the face hole. We've all had that. The wrong one. Yeah, puppet warp. Okay, trying to make sense of all the corners and edges here. Gets a bit weird, but we'll get through it. Trust me. Also, this part should be blurred, as should the edge. Also, like, completely unrelated to anything, but I'm glad to see y'all are still here, even after I disappear for some time and stop streaming. It can be a little bit nerve-wracking with, you know, Twitch really rewards people being constant, which I am not. Thankfully, I don't make a living out of Twitch. It is at best a secondary source of income, but you know, I clearly see it even at a pretty basic level I stream, that if I stop streaming for a while, next time I do it, it's usually pretty empty, which I think it just might be algorithm things. Or it might be something as simple as people losing the habit, I guess. It doesn't have to be as deep as that. Create a chill zone. I try. To me, it's the best type of stream is the chill ones. So many streamers are like super high energy, and that to me gets really old really quick. So hey, as long as I can have a chill zone. I'm all good with that. I'm really thinking I should make a shortcut for color layer. Make so many, and for soft light layer. It's something that lately so much in my workflow. I could probably end up saving considerable amounts of time overall. Though each time you use it, it's might be a 1 second time save. Oh man, it's hard fitting all these corners. But hopefully we will get there. Which is a nightmare, but we almost know when to show exactly. I think out of all platforms, Twitch is the one that I feel, obviously this is a completely personal thing, but that I feel that has the most like openly hostile algorithm to its own creators. Especially considering that 99.9% of the users of Twitch, or the people who stream to like less than 5 people. Like most streamers are quite small. And Twitch doesn't really seem to care about them because I guess they don't bring in money, right? But it still sucks for a lot of them. Like I checked a while ago, I checked in some of those, you know, tracker websites that give you stats for your social media, for your streams in this case, and it said I being a very small streamer for all intents and purposes, I am in the top, I think less than 1%. I don't recall the exact number, but it was like 0.8% of Twitch. And that's being a small streamer. Like, that makes it 99.2 more or less % of people have much less viewers than me, which is crazy. But yeah, when you make it work, it can be a nice place to create a little, you know, community, a little space. It's good. Because, for example, you know, Twitter, as much as it's my main source of followers, income, whatever, it's much more impersonal. At least the way I use it. Like, you can just use Twitter and talk with your friends or whatever, but to me as an artist, it feels pretty impersonal. You just drop your art in there, and some people will, you know, you'll talk to more and will like your work more, but most people just have a passing interest. Wow, this is a completely different story, right? Been here nearly every stream. Yeah, that's insane. You're here nearly every stream. That's probably true. Yeah. Never seen anyone be a jerk. Yeah, true. I think the only person that I recall right now that I had to ban for, being a jerk was doing a podcast stream. One person was kind of like loudly screaming for either me or the guest to acknowledge them. It was really awkward. Thankfully, it's not on the VOD because, well, I guess it is in the VOD, but it's not on the recording itself because during those streams the chat doesn't pop up. But yeah, that was strange. So you'll sometimes get this type of things, but it's rare. It's mostly when some, an outsider comes in, and not when, not like a community member themselves. If that makes sense. I might do. I'm gonna group this, turn it into a smart object. You were there for that one? Yeah, that was during the... which one was it? I think it was during the Mystery Flash Pits podcast. But it was a pretty quick thing. You don't even need to acknowledge that. You just, you ban and move on. Better for everyone. Fear the outsiders. Shark Steak, thank you for the follow. You guys are you're all insiders. It'll come from, I presume, Twitter or maybe Twitch recommendations, but most people I assume come from Twitter. Weird when someone who obviously likes to act that way. It makes more sense when some rando appears out of nowhere and comes to stream ugly and smelly for no reason. Yeah. Yes, the biggest problem you'll get with people who do know you is the parasocial side of it. So the people who get like too friendly, that's always awkward, right? Like this is an inherently unbalanced relationship. You're listening, I'm talking at you, you're talking to me, right? It's always gonna be unbalanced. So it's always awkward when someone, to them it feels way more like, I don't know, like we're buddies, which is part of streaming, right? It's, you're talking to people and you're being friendly to people. But some folks take it too far, which thankfully it is not something that happens very, very commonly here, but it is very common on the internet in general. They always gotta be wary of it. Please tell us if you do. No, you don't. You guys are good. Like, I think the important thing is boundaries. I like to set up some boundaries between, my personal life and whatever I talk about on streams. I would consider it, getting to that, parasocial level if people started you know, asking too many personal questions. It's okay if you ask and I say, oh, I'm not okay replying to that. But if you like, if someone would insist on that a lot, or, you know, it's all about that, you know, pushing boundaries that I've set up, I feel like that's when it gets awkward. Which thankfully, yeah, it doesn't happen a lot. It's very rare that it does. Yeah, it's seeking attention sometimes. Came from Shen's Tumblr. Nice. I had no idea Shen had a Tumblr. I haven't thought about Tumblr in years. I guess it does make sense, but sometimes my brain is like trying to overshare. I mean, honestly, it's fine. Like, especially with I guess the regulars, people who come here more often. Like, I know about you guys. I know what you do. I don't think it's oversharing most stuff. And sometimes if I don't like reply to it, it's because, I mean, most times it's because I missed it, but sometimes, like, you know, you shared a personal thing. I'm not gonna like delve deeper into it. I think that's getting too much into personal stuff, so I won't. But I still appreciate reading it. I associate your streams with a bunch of artists watching another artist do stuff, like a community thing, but not in like friendship way. I think that's a healthy way to see it, yeah. I think there's a mix among people who watch my stuff. It's either gonna be just people who like my work, even if they don't have any like, they don't do art themselves or they don't do that kind of art. And then there's people like within the community and other horror artists. I feel like the biggest group is probably the first one though. But I am not sure. That fly is still accosting me. Ooh, I like this. I like where this is going. Gonna need a little bit more background there, but somewhat related to ADHD for me. Where you go like talk, never shut up, say the things. Don't worry. It is completely fine. I feel like, you know, it is more like oversharing if you are a complete stranger, like you just drop into a stream, which I guess that has sort of happened. Like people who without any previous introduction or knowledge just come in and start venting on chat. That happens, which is really strange. Like, why would you trust me with that information? But well, we know each other here. Okay, hopefully now if we just do this, this, and this, like it's growing, but we're still in the same area. Also, does this face match this? I guess we don't really see the top of the hair. This person is clearly bolder than the other. They could just be different people. It's fine. Thank you, Sora. Hope you had a good dinner. We were talking about parasocial relationships and all the fun stuff that comes with being online. Texture along the rim of the void cellar, thank you. I think I might add some of this texture, which I could just pull from here directly. Save us some work. Yeah, like different stages and different patients, exactly. Oh, this picture is large. Okay. Damn. Okay, give it a second to apply. There it is. Now we get it in close. There we go. And we apply it wherever we need. So we just use it to cover the edge like so. It's not going to be too important back here, because, you know, it's in the dark, so we're not really going to see a lot. It's only going to be important in the areas right next. Kind of go with this wrinkly feeling. This used to be this guy's eyebrows. I feel like they're just confusing now. A big ol' face hole. Let's see. I might do some textures in a similar way here in the back, since we should now be able to see a little bit of the inside of the hole in this photo. So what I could do... Ooh, gnarly textures. Okay, so I was thinking color dodge, applying it like this, but it's gonna need a bit more light below it. Not a problem though. No idea where you're all talking about ADHD. We're saying like oversharing can be related to ADHD. related again to that whole parasocial relationship thing. This is creating some weird colors. Ooh, weird textures. I like them though. I might do this in 3 steps so we don't get any strange colors coming in. So with a normal layer, okay, now let's find some dark skin textures to apply some of that color. Okay. Yeah, I like that texture. Looks cool, I think. Now, managing this, we can decide how much to show, how much to keep in darkness. I think we should keep it pretty subtle. So maybe a bit stronger around the edge to create a smoother transition. And since we have all these veiny textures there, we can actually use that a bit. So connect both textures and hopefully everything's good. Does this man still talk, walking? Yeah, let's say so. Like this is going into this is way outside of reality and medicine at this point. So why not? I guess to eat, he just throws some food into the hole and and it nourishes him, but it grows the hole as well. That big 10 o'clock shadow. Just got home to my camera and took some nicer photos of my eye. Ooh, nice. Do you know it's kind of hard to get decent macros of your own eye? I was holding a light with my toes. Oh my god. Thank you for your dedication to that. Yeah, it must be really hard to get close-up of the eye by yourself, because you know you gotta look at what you are shooting and at the same time like set up the shots and not move the eye. Yeah, I can completely understand. There's a fly. Been buzzing around me all night. At least it's not like the mosquitoes that usually stalk me. It's not gonna take my blood, which I appreciate. Thank you, fly. Got them focused and in frame by looking for the reflection of my eye in the camera sensor. Makes sense. That's a good tip. Okay, anything else we should do in this one? I'm thinking, let's do something. Oh. Oh, okay, that was just a Photoshop bug. I thought there was an empty pixel there. Let's take this color and try to apply that to the background. See what that would look like. Thank you, Saul. So I'm going to take that and apply it as color to the background. That way we'll get a bit more similarities to this one, because I've picked the color from here, literally. Then do some levels. And now I've noticed there are some leftover images or pixels all around. That's why it's good to check. Look like he'd be a great home for a single well-fed cat. I know a couple cats that would definitely live in here without a single drop of hesitation. You use a mouse or stylus. I use a tablet. That's it's a Wacom Intuos. You got, if you scroll down to the FAQs below, you got a list with all my hardware. Okay, let's see. Let's put everything together. Let's bring in this here. You could keep some snacks in there. Maybe, where do the snacks go? Maybe you lose them forever. Oh damn, it's dark. Also, I'm thinking this is much bluer now. I'm gonna go back to the original and make it just a little bit bluer in general. So let it still have some green, but generally go towards the blue end of the spectrum. Like this, so I like this one. But this one is now too dark. The backgrounds do match quite well, comparing them, so that's good. I would like to open it and close it and make it talk like a Muppet. Next going hole, nearby vending machine refilled. Finally, we've cracked the mystery. Okay, let's see. We got a bit more contrast, we got some more detail out of it. In terms of color grading, wondering how close this looks to this. Let's work a bit more with the color grading. Let's see. I got some green on the highlights that I might reduce a bit. Whoa. Okay. Okay, a couple little things that bother me before we finally apply this. This layer here, I don't know which one it is exactly. It's kind of fading into the background too much. And the one below it, this one is doing the same. There we go. Much better. Then we're gonna go to the top here. We're just gonna create a soft light layer. We're gonna work with the lighting a bit more to hopefully create a little something like this, where the edge is kind of elevated. Which we already kind of have in this edge. There's not that much more to do there. What I'm gonna do is brighten that. There we go. Also, I missed a bunch of that conversation, but talking mental health. Oh yeah, at the end of the day, mental health diagnoses are constantly like, ever changing. It's just like a bunch of categories where we put things based on symptoms, not based on cause, which is one of the like biggest shortcomings of psychiatry, right? There's no better method so far, but since we don't really understand the causes of things, we can only sort them by symptoms and make like large groups based on that. Eventually that's going to change, and it's slowly changing towards a more like towards focusing more on the cause than the results, because that's, you know, that's what you treat the cause. That's one of the reasons why mental health can be so confusing and so full of little categories, and people can belong to several of them, but because they kind of overlap many things, and it's annoying. It's best as we got, of course, but it is annoying. That's my 2 cents on that. I think that was a topic being discussed. Alright, how's this going? A little bit better. Keep going with that, you know, raised edge look. Which is essentially just adding a bit of light to the rim and then a bit of shadow behind it. It already pretty much works there. I think this area, the rim doesn't really look too good. Some bone and teeth behind the lips. I thought about adding like a floating eye in there in the middle. But I think maybe it would be better just a full-on void. Also the having the eye floating in there will make the Uzumaki comparisons so much more obvious. So I just kind of like the big void feeling, where it's just like nothing in there. Like, you know, things are getting absorbed, but then they completely disappeared. That makes sense. Okay, there it is. Let's apply that. Make the difference. No huge thing. We got this to see the silhouette a bit better now. And we do get a bit of more of that rimmed feel. some of the areas, but that's about it. I feel like things are a little bit grey right around the edge. So maybe with some color, getting some warmer tones from here. The lore in the set image is fascinating. Hey, you came up with it, so props to you. I think you came up with it, right? I might be wrong. Weren't you the one that, Stephanie, that suggested the pupil growing until it consumes you? You did suggest it, but I hadn't thought of all of this. We're just going with the consequences of your suggestion. So it's on you. You get worried about therapists that aren't queer, especially on queer issues, addressing them. I mean, that's fair enough, but you can be specialized in something and be able to take care of people with a specific problem without having it. Or didn't mean to say it was a problem, but you know. It's like gynecologists being men, right? You can still be a very good gynecologist. That's what I meant to say. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I misunderstood. I just read half your sentence. Brains do be like that sometimes. There's so many weird colors around. English is a bad language. Are we? Is it English hate part of the stream? I mean, you know, for once, I will praise English. You know what? English is pretty easy to learn. Makes for a good common language, despite all its problems. Also, hey, if it wasn't for English, we would not be communicating right now. Oh, why is it so large? Let me see. Delete some layers. Oh, I think it is because of the whole texture thing. So I will do this. Okay, yeah, it was literally 2 layers that weighed about 2 gigabytes. that's that's how insane that was. I was like, why is it saving as a PSB? That means something is very large in there. Still, it's still wanting to save as PSB. That makes no sense. Okay, let's see if it wants to save this time. Hey, it did. We're good. We are good. So let me save all these as JPEGs. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the big question with this 3 images. We already have like a pretty neat sequence from eye to like just from, you know, pupil to eye to entire face. Should we leave it at that and imply in the text that people end up disappearing, like this, like there's been a series of disappearances related to this syndrome or whatever? Or should we do a 4th image where we can see that much clearer? Like, you know, the torso, it's cut in the middle, and we can see like essentially just like this, but covering the whole, under the arms, the whole torso. I wonder if that would be better left implied than shown, because it wouldn't be such an interesting image either. I think once you get away from the face, yeah, that the rest is kind of like, you know, you can infer the rest, but the cool creepy images are gonna be the ones concerning the face, I think. You'd stick to the triptych pattern. You could make image with head, neck, one arm, shoulder, and skull. I think these work like very neatly together. If we jumped directly to torso, that would be a much bigger jump than all these 3. Wouldn't be necessarily a bad thing. And what might be the biggest problem with it is once you've gotten, so, okay, in terms of how to represent it, if you get, like we've had, right, a face, let's simplify it as a sphere, and you just want to cut a chunk out of it. That's fairly easy to do, and you can do little textures going around it. That's cool. That's essentially what we've been doing. Once you get to the torso, which is a cylinder for all intents and purposes, if you cut it down in a circular way, even if it's lopsided or whatever, it's not like gonna look super good. Like, how are you gonna represent that going in feel? You have like a thicker edge, I guess. But this is the end stage of our guy. And yeah, another thing is, if we want to keep it to this, where we always have the pupil in the center, well, slightly off center, but in the same place, here, here, here. We only have like one angle to show this, and it's Oh, Photoshop, stop being weird, please. Oh. Right. The angle we would need to show this is from the top, the torso, and just like having the feet there. It wouldn't really be a good angle. It would have to be something like this. These are the feet, by the way. Even with the over the top image, you still have the brainstem for basic functions once that's gone. True. But at this point it's pretty much magic, right? Like, there's no scientific explanation possible for this. It's just a big hole in the head. I like to imagine these people are fully there. Like, they can still see and hear while being consumed into nothing. As long as there's something left of them, they're still able to see, hear, and feel. But once they're aspirated and consume, they're wiped from existence. I love that. Yes, that's perfect. Little guy. Little blood growing guy. That's our pupil. But I guess, yeah, it's a very fun concept that I don't think I would have thought of myself. So again, for context, for people who missed it at the beginning, this was an idea suggested by the patrons. We did this a couple times already with creatures and stuff, but this was the first one like this, where we first selected a part of the body to do some like fake medical horror disease. People chose the eye, and then I had everyone give ideas. There was so many cool ideas, and we voted on them. So this was a winner from that. But the fun thing about this is that the pupil is not really a thing. As much as we like to see the eye and see, okay, this is the iris, this is the pupil, and this is the sclera, whatever. The pupil is not really a thing. It's a hole. We imagine it as this little black dot. And it's only black because we're seeing the retina behind it, or the darkness inside the eyeball. So the pupil is not really a thing. It's a lack thereof. So I kind of like the idea of that growing. It's possibly the most like prominent or obvious void within our body. Never apologize for a pun. Exactly. In my headcanon, the fellow in the last image is about to blink out of existence as the black hole collapses in on itself. Ooh, I like that. Like, eventually it can't support its own structure, and it just sucks people in. or it starts growing very, very slowly, right? Like, from getting to normal eye to this, where it's consumed your whole iris, it takes like months. Then from this to this, it takes a couple weeks. Then from this to this, it takes days, and from this to completely disappearing, it takes hours. Are you looking at the pupil hole in all the photos I took? Yeah, but it's a fun thing, right? We don't really name things that are holes, or that are the lack of something. I'm trying to think within the body if there's anything like that. Like, the mouth is a space, but you don't really think of the mouth and think of the empty space within it. You think of like the structures, that what's around it. What would be in the case of the iris and pupil, what would be the iris, not the pupil. It's an absence. Talk about it with voids in our faces. We never think about what happens when they grow. Nostril. Yeah, that's true. Nostrils would work there as well. I think it's probably the pupil, the nostrils, and the butthole. Even though that's not always open. But it is a hole. The pores, maybe the pores as well, but for example a tear duct, you think about the duct itself, like what's around, you don't think about the hole in it. There's no other name for the hole within tear ducts. At least in like common language. We are chock full of holes. Oh, there is a very good Vsauce video on it. I think it's just called How Many Holes Do We Have? And it explores that question in excruciating detail as these kinds of videos do. And it's very fun. Because topologically we would have 3 holes, like mathematically. Because your whole digestive system, like if we simplify our like inside and outside, our whole digestive system, we are a donut, right? There's the outside of our body, and all of our digestive system is, you know, the whole of the donut, so to speak. Even though it's like contorted, it is technically like the inside of your stomach is technically outside your body. So topologically, there's like that hole and then the 2 nostrils, and mathematically those are the only 3 holes in your body. The pores, since they don't end, like they just end down there, they're not technically a hole. The bendiest of bendy straws, yes. What about the ear canals? But again, are those the holes or the area around the holes? We should have picked nostrils instead. No, I like the pupil there. It's creepier, but nostrils would be funny. We are a Taurus, yes. Fleshy Klein bottles. Holy shit. Yeah, so really, if you think about it, as much as we look like we're chock full of holes, most of them aren't topologically holes, because you can like stretch them out and it will be just a flat surface. Looking closer at some of the eye photos are put in sacrificial altar, just realize that some of them, the connective tissue between the iris and the white of the eye is visible. Ooh. Let's see. Oh, you posted new ones. Those are very good. You got some very good focus there. What I think you're thinking about with connective tissue is not really that. I think is the, well, you're getting like the corner of the cornea, right? So that it's, since it's that elevated section connecting with the sclera, with the white of the eye, you get like all the transparent tissues from one and all the opaque tissues from the other, kind of blending into each other a little bit. But it's not really part of the iris, even though the iris is a little bit behind that. The eye is an extremely complicated organ. These are very good, by the way. You got some super good focus. Oh, next time I'm doing eye horror, I'm stealing those. There are people out there who would absolutely be into horror physics expansion. I mean, yeah, probably. Oh no, can you imagine if I post this and it activates someone's fetish? Like it creates a new terrible fetish inside someone's head that's never gonna be able to be satisfied. I hope I've never done that. Because that would be very concerning. It will. Oh my god. Do you imagine, I don't know, what would be the most likely out of my work of causing someone, like creating a new fetish on someone? I think fractals, maybe? Like fractalization? I already saw some people commenting on the last fractal, the one with the fractal eye, commenting what would porn look like in this universe, so people have already given it thought. So probably fractals. I don't know if teeth growing from your hands would be someone's, maybe. The bug fuckers, true, but those existed already, right? Like, I'm sure there was someone already thought of that. I'm thinking that, so creating a completely new fetish that has never existed on anyone's mind just by looking at that picture. Like, oh, this says activating something within me. People are already into transformation, bugs, monster, etc., and so many combined. True. If there is a hell, we're going to it. I mean, you gotta consider all the ramifications of posting art online. Snopes debunkment fetish. I guess that's a subsection of humiliation fetish. But yeah, so we're definitely going to hell after this. I am. You guys are safe. You guys are only witnesses to the horrors. I am responsible for them. So I will take full responsibility. How about that? Also, in terms of the pictures, since we've been going for 4 hours, we've done 3 pictures in 4 hours. We've done really good rhythm today. I guess I had so much Photoshop energy pent up in me, like building up over last week. I had to get that out. But if we get to do another stream soon, maybe we'll do a 4th image for this. Otherwise, I'll just post it, since I haven't been posting any new art lately since the fractals, you know, because I'm moving and stuff, and I've been out of home more than I've been in. So I'll try and, you know, fill in the space with some original stuff as well. And maybe we can do something new on the other stream this week, if we get to do it. Carlos's witnesses in the trial. I'm going to jail for this. Jump into camera for a minute. Put this in the corner. So you guys don't forget about face haul. Don't forget this. This could happen. This could happen to you. But yeah, I've sort of missed streaming over the past week or so. It's always so fun. We'll see. So this whole week, the biggest problem, more than, you know, packing and stuff, which won't really take long, and I can do that during the day when I'm not streaming. A lot of the yeah, tomorrow, the day after, and the day after as well, I'll be either visiting people or having dinner with people, you know, saying goodbye to friends and family before I move. So that means it's gonna kind of be hard to set up a stream. So what I might do is just start a stream later than usual when I get back home. But yeah, only if I got the time, etc. We shall see. But we got 3 very nice edits today, so that already compensates for a lot. Let me give a quick check. Which, ooh, no, absolutely nobody streaming. Dreadful. But yeah, lots of things to do, obviously. I got to figure out this whole computer thing. If that's another if I have to send the computer sometime this week, I'll try to send it towards the end of the week, so I have time for another stream and to finish some commissions. But yeah, I'll have to put it in a box, send it over there in a boat, and get it like receive it when I'm there. So I'll try to either have it all ready and have someone from my family like take the box and send it while I'm already there, so I'm sure to receive it, or I have to send it like right before I leave, then leave and receive it there a few days later. So like I have to figure that out. I'll probably leave it here and have someone like next Monday or so, have someone drop the package off, hopefully receive it by the end of that week. We'll see. But yeah, it's gonna be, yeah, that's sending my computer over and just, you know, handing it to some delivered person and hoping it gets there in one piece is it's the scariest thing of all, for sure. I hope nothing breaks. Computer has liquid cooling, so I hope you know, no tubes break or nothing comes loose. I'll remove some of the most like valuable pieces and probably carry them separately, so you know there's no chance of breaking that. Also, I made a backup of all my art files. That's like 1.5 terabytes of just Photoshop stuff. I've saved that in, I actually didn't fit in a single hard drive. I had to use 2 because I had 1 terabyte hard drive and it just didn't fit there. Yeah, all my pictures, all my Photoshop stuff, I have it, save it separately, so no harm will come to it. Any recommendations for packing related stuff, hit me up. I already got some like, you know, guides on the internet, etc. I'll try to get a box made for a computer, for like a computer box, you know. So I'm actually going tomorrow to a store that sells like computer parts, etc., and ask if they got any leftover boxes. Otherwise, I got like a huge IKEA box and I'll just cut it down to size. And I got like a million miles of bubble, how do you call that? Bubble wrap. Is that how you call it? The one that's really satisfying to pop, that one. I got a ton of it to just fill the inside of the computer and everything with it, and fill the outside so it doesn't get bumped. But hopefully with that, it will survive the trip. I'll also put some fragile stickers, etc. So people at least try to be considerate to the package. Merge all your images and then it'll fit, you monster. Bubble wrap, correct. Okay, good, good. Sometimes I have words in my head and I figure they're the right ones, but and I doubt myself. Your EPS foam? What's EPS foam? Like EPS foam. Oh yeah, yeah, polystyrene. Yeah, I got a bunch of leftover polystyrene from other packing stuff that I'm gonna try and fit in the box. If the computer store has some extra one, I'll also ask them. Polystyrene, yeah. That and bubble wrap. Hopefully that'll cover things. I also have like 2 screens. I have a screen, like a box for one of them. The other one I'm just gonna have to, you know, bring myself. I think just put it in a packet among my clothes. I'll do that for the shitty one, the one I'm looking at for because Chad is there. That's the shitty screen, and the good one I'm gonna just pack it in its own box and send it, or even like just put it in my pack. Put it in the box. Anti-static bags. Oh, I'll ask for that. That's a good point. Yeah. But yeah, that's the computer is the most nerve-wracking thing about the whole moving, and it's funny considering the computer and my camera costs about the same thing, and I'll just bring my camera in a shitty little bag. But yeah, the computer is actually very good. It just had some parts that are cheaper because I went with a really good CPU and a bunch of RAM, but it doesn't have a good graphics card. So one day I'll just upgrade the graphics card and it'll be like up to date, I think. But if nothing breaks, if everything breaks, I might have to just salvage what I can and buy a new computer. Yay. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I also have to figure out the internet over there, which is going to be another whole kind of worms. Hopefully it'll be high speed. I don't know exactly the speed I'll be able to get there in that apartment, but yeah, we'll have to, you know, call the company, do all that boring stuff. So we'll have to figure that out once we get there, probably, because we'll have to have someone from the internet company visit. But chances are it'll probably be a bit less, slower than what I have here. Here the internet is super fast because they just have really good infrastructure in the area. They're not going to have as good internet infrastructure in the islands, so it'll probably be a bit slower, but I'll try to get as fast as an internet as I can, so I can still like stream comfortably, which is the most important thing. Don't forget to pack your giant insect chrysalis. I carry that in my pockets, don't worry. The small ones I carry in my pocket, the big ones I carry in my backpack, so that's no problem. Those bags will protect solid disks and hard disks. Anything hardware that you can take out and bring with you, do it. Yeah, I got some boxes for the hard disks. It should be enough. But any other thing I pick up from the computer, I'll put in one of those little bags. They'll definitely have some in the store I'm going to tomorrow. Like while I'm going there asking for a box, I'll ask around. Because I'll probably have to, you know, pack up things, etc. But yeah, oh, that's a lot. Lots to do. Hopefully it'll be over pretty soon, and we'll be there and settled. Just for info, so you guys know, I'll be leaving on the 22nd. That's this Sunday at night. I'll be there the 23rd. So over that week, from 23rd to the 29th, it's when I'll be, you know, waiting for my computer to get there, most important, but setting up the internet, doing all those things, doing the basic stuff. I'll have to, you know, buy a table to put everything on. All of the rest, I'll just bringing it with me. All my lights, my camera, my mic. So that's no problem. The most important thing is just getting a new chair and a table over there. But I'll probably get that settled on the week from the 23rd to the 28th. So don't expect any streams that week. And then on the following week, which is the 30th to the 5th, that's probably when, if everything goes right, I'll be back streaming. So it should be like about a week of hiatus, which is not that bad thinking about it. It feels like a lot more because we had last week. I wasn't here last week either. You're moving as well, Nathan? I guess are you staying in New Zealand to get closer to you? We're each in our islands, I guess. I'm moving to the Canary Islands, which is like, you know, maximum island vibes, good weather all year. You're moving at the end of the month. I guess, yeah, I guess it's moving time of year. That's crazy. We all synced up. Different city in New Zealand. Cool. And you're moving into your own bedroom. Nice. See, it is the moving time of year, I guess. We're all starting new lives. Seeking new opportunities. Islands have interconnected wavelengths. Yeah, I think people from islands are just like chiller in general. That's my experience. People in the Canary Islands. Okay, so obviously we're going with like stereotypes, but it does kind of apply in my experience. People from the Canary Islands are like known to be super slow with everything. Like everything in the Canary Islands takes twice as long as it would take in mainland Spain. But people are just, it's because people are super chill and they're just happier over there. Like they don't rush things, and that's okay. I think that's some sort of island mentality. Take it off. Okay, big time. Thanks for coming, for chatting. I guess I don't know if that would apply to New Zealand since it's a much bigger island. But at least maybe it's a climate thing more than an island thing. What I've seen from people in Australia, I don't know that many people from New Zealand, just you and another person, but from what I've seen of Australian people, they feel a lot like Spanish people, and then like, you know, they have a bit of that island vibe where they're just chiller in general. They don't rush things. That's cool. Like I'm kind of like that, so I'll fit right in. And since I'm gonna be leaving, and this is not because, you know, it's some kind of luxury thing or anything, I'm gonna be living 5 minutes away from the beach, and it's like an affordable apartment. It's just like that, right? It's the whole city is facing the beach. It's this enormous beach, and I'm just gonna be living in right next to the beach, and every time I go out. I'm just gonna like, you know, take a stroll. It's gonna be nice. Everything's gonna take longer, and I'm okay with that. It's pretty laid back here too. That's cool. I love that. Kind of like living in Rio. I've lived well. I spent a summer in Sao Paulo in Brazil. I visited Rio briefly. It was during the Olympic Games actually. That was a fun time. But yeah, Brazilian people I kind of like that too. I think it's more of a climate thing, you know. Hey V, you've been looking around. We're just wrapping up, unfortunately. Val's next project be evolved to crab, stronger than ever. Like I'm gonna evolve myself into crab. Yes, I spend 5 minutes in the sun, I become a crab, and you guys are very likely to see that. Actually, that's gonna be that's gonna be very funny. I get like burned extremely quickly to the point where I'll put on sunscreen, like super strong sunscreen. I'll put a lot of it. I'll go out to the street and I'll get burned before the sunscreen starts taking effect, like before it absorbs. That's how fucked up my situation is about to be. It's gonna be great, but I'm gonna be red for long times until I guess my skin gets a bit more used to being in the sun a lot, because I live in an area where there's not that much sun. So yeah, that's gonna be, yeah, you guys will see it during the streams. Good thing is, you know, I can turn the blue lights on, and that'll probably counteract that. I can lessen it a little bit. Yeah, you need to wait for it to absorb before you go out for most sunscreens. You gotta put it an hour in advance. I know, but sometimes you're in a rush. And yeah, it's the kind of place where it's sunny all year, and it's not like, even though it's pretty down south, it's said that same height as the Sahara Desert. Even with that, since it's an island and you're surrounded by the ocean, it's just comfortable weather all year. It never gets super hot over there, even though it's that far down south. So it's great. But yeah, the sun does hit really hard. So yeah, I'm gonna have to be better with my sunscreen for sure. But I will definitely, like, I was there last week, I put on sunscreen diligently, and I still got burned. I did get like a little bit of color, which you guys are not gonna be able to see because with these LED lights I look like a ghost, more than usual. But I did get a little bit of color, and it'll hopefully get better. I'll get a parasol, yes. I'll be the only person in the Canary Islands with a parasol. No, but you'll see people over there, people that live there, and they're all super tan generally, because, you know, just from walking around, you just get a lot of sun. But yeah, that's gonna be good. At least, you know, a good thing, I won't get any more vitamin D deficiency, which I've had. My vitamin levels are gonna be good again for the first time ever. Yeah, that's the thing. Over here, it's always cloudy. We don't get a lot of sun. It's completely. I'm basically going to a place with a completely different vibe. You also got vitamin D deficiency. We should see the sun sometimes, shouldn't we? Shocking revelation. Yeah, I don't look like someone who would have vitamin D deficiency. I'm the palest guy ever. Okay, I'm rambling though. It's getting a bit late, so we will wrap it up there. We just give it another quick check to see if someone could be streaming, but no. Okay, so then we'll leave it at that. Guys, thank you very much for just listening to me ramble. And in case you missed it, in case you just got here, we've been doing this pupil growing thing. I think it came out very nice, so I'm very proud of that. Guys, thank you very much. I don't expect any other streams this week, because again, I'll be busy, but turn on your notifications, and if I'm live, you will see it. Guys, have a good time zone, and take care.